Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Pair Awakening 3 a.m. live Ghost Box sessions. My name is Rob Hernandez. So, just wanted to thank everybody for joining tonight. I was just reading some comments here. So anyway, if those of you have never joined our show before, I do live Ghost Box sessions. We start about in about 15 minutes. I just kind of like do an intro and then just um, start asking, start a ghost box session. And if anybody wants to ask questions, you're more than be more than happy to do so. God, it's a little warm in here tonight. Believe it or not, it's pretty warm outside. So I would turn on the fan, but yeah, I'm just going to deal with it. Hope everybody's having a good week, or had a good week and having a good weekend so far. Sorry, it's just getting a little stuffy in here. So last week's show was pretty crazy. Towards the end of the show, we were having, I had a REM pod set up and it went off a couple of times. Well, a few times on command. Unfortunately, I sent the REM pod to a friend of mine. She needed one, so I went ahead and sent it off to her. I thought I was going to have time to build a new one this week, but I didn't. So, but oh well. We'll just have to do without. I'll probably build one this week. Something a little bit different, but different looking, but it'll be the same. It'll still function the same way. Is there any new viewers here? And welcome back, Patty. Hopefully you don't get kicked off again this week. So just a little heads up. If you're watching on Facebook has been a little strict on cussing, things like that. So if you're replying in any of the chat, refrain from cussing or typing in any cuss words. If you do, just abbreviate them, put in like the first letter with a bunch of asterisks and then the last letter if you do have to type in a cuss word. Patty last week was kicked off, unfortunately. But like I said, I do also, so I do a multi-stream. So I stream to two different group pages on Facebook and then one onto my YouTube channel. So I routed her over to YouTube so she can continue watching. And I guess that's what she had to do. But anyway, yeah, I just wanted to give everybody a little bit of heads up. I'm just laughing at her comment. Yeah, I guess that's what you get for bullying the spirits. I'm just trying something here. I was just trying out the different graphics. I know that they changed a couple of things. I wanted to see which one I liked more, but anyway. Sorry. I'm always trying something new on the show. Yeah, I mean, that's so true. The I get called some nasty names sometimes. And it's kind of funny. I always take it, with a grain of salt. I guess I can be an ass, so I deserve it. If anybody notices, like if the stream cuts off or if it gets choppy, please let me know. So just the way that I have the network set up, I might have to Might have to do a little bit something different later. It's just the way that I have the network set up here. I made some changes over the week or during the week, so I don't know if it's because I show the bars like going from a good connection, then it goes to a bad connection quite often. So my week was good. I'm starting a new job on Tuesday, so um, I haven't been working because of COVID. So I've been off for the last 6 months. So just been um, doing some stuff, building things. Um, Doing the stream has kept me kind of busy, so it's been okay. So far, so good. Now, if anybody has any stories or anything that they want to talk about, feel free, and we could maybe talk about that. Like I said, I'll start up a session here in about, I don't know, 6 minutes or so, right at the top of the hour. I just like to get as close to 3 a.m. As possible. I'm on the West Coast, so it's almost midnight. I like to get started at 3 a.m. on the East Coast. Yeah, I mean it is hard times right now for everybody. I mean, I was kind of fortunate. Um, I was kind of fortunate that um when I was laid off, I got a really good severance package because I was there for so long. I really didn't even dip into any of that money, so um kind of was able to survive just off of unemployment, so that was all right. Um like I said, I'm just a little bit more fortunate than others. Um but I'll be working from home actually. I just had to run into the office Friday to go pick up um my computer and things like that. So I had to set up software and stuff tomorrow. I don't start until Tuesday because Monday's a holiday. So it's going to be a busy week for me learning all the new duties, I guess. Yeah, I mean the REM pod was it was going off like crazy. Um it was pretty cool though. I mean there was a and it was funny because there's a little girl that haunts this location. Actually, there was three spirits, but now I found out because for those of you that have never tuned into the show, I kind of give a little background on the location. And when the little girl, so there's a little girl that comes through, and when she does come through, there's always a male like preventing her from talking. So um, the first time the REM pod was going off, there was a spirit that said his name was Ed, and he was setting off the REM pod, and we were hearing the little girl like being held back, like I was saying, during that session. And I did go back and I did watch the session again. And that was pretty interesting because Ed came through, was sitting off the REM pod, but at the same time, there was a little girl coming through. So we ended the session after the REM pod was going off, and then it kind of got quiet. So I ended the session. I always tried to end the sessions on a positive note. If it starts getting too negative, I'll also end that session. Um, so we ended it after he was setting it off a few times on command. And then the next session we started up, the little girl was coming through, and I asked her to set it off. and she actually said her name. So I've been trying to get her name for God a few years now, and I've never been able to get her name. And last week, the little girl was talking, and I asked her if she can give us her name, and she did come through, and she said her name was Emma. So I asked by name. I said, Emma, if you're the little girl that haunts this location, can you set off the REM pod? And then it started going off. So it was pretty interesting. So, like I said, you can go back and you can rewatch the session if you just go to the Pair Awakening on YouTube. Um, I'll pull up the channel real quick. So if you go to that channel, um, and it does have all my broadcasts on there, and also for those of you that are just joining for the first time, if you want, you can join my YouTube channel. Just subscribe. And once I hit 1,000 subscribers, which we're really close, I think I'm only like 60 subscribers away from 1,000. Once we hit 1,000 subscribers, I'm going to give away a ghost box or REM pod or something like that. What it would be the person's choice. And knowing the type of person I am, I'll probably give away a couple of boxes. Just because I'm a very giving person. All right, so it's almost the top of the hour. Hi Winnie, thank you for joining the show. So what I'm going to do here now is, so if anybody has any questions, go ahead and type in like the letter Q, and then you can type in your question. So during the show or during the session, I'll ask anybody that has any questions that they want me to ask. And I'll also copy the link to my YouTube channel, and I'll put it in the description or in the chat, so you can click on that link or copy and paste it into a web browser, and it'll take you directly to my YouTube channel. And then once you're there, you can subscribe there. I just copied it into the chat window. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. I already have the ghost box going. Actually, a couple of them going. So we'll go ahead and get started. Like I said, if anybody has any questions they want to ask, just kind of type it in this format. I'm going to share it. Let me just type it in and I'll share it real quick. If I can type. Just type it in something like that. And then during the sessions, I'll go ahead and ask the question. All right, so let me go ahead and start up the ghost box and switch cameras. Instead of hard.
way. Point 7.
All right, sorry about that. I was just trying to make some adjustments.
Known yet.
Debbie wants to know if her partner is okay. He passed away from an overdose.
Have gone.
Was he in his 30s?
Last year. Good night. He's Putin.
Did he pass away last year?
It's backed up.
Is Eric or Rick here with us? I heard Rick. Rick, do you have any messages for Judy?
It's leading to the
Debbie, what is your partner's name?
It's
10 minutes. Fellow cabin. He said that.
David, who's the message for?
Have Coast Wrong.
Tara, are you here with us?
Mug.
Who just said mom in Spanish?
Rioters.
Lisa, who are you trying to contact?
End.
Who just said dead man?
the guard.
Kill us.
Over you play. Left side.
This is the end. Another step.
in
Does
Does anybody have any messages for anybody?
the country. Oh, Europe.
we go there?
Issues.
When they
Track.
nothing, they
Attack the
Are you calling me a pest?
square.
Do you have a message for Winnie?
and they
I heard the name Winnie.
Lot more.
carried from
I heard Maggie. Maggie, who are you trying to contact?
then
Mention
Yeah, please come forth. If you have any messages for anybody, please come forth.
An
come.
That kind of duck.
Come? Who do you want to come?
capital.
Yes, and
Homes.
Liberal.
Hi.
Is there a Jenna McKenzie here?
names.
Who just said yes?
Happy hearing that.
And who said happy hearing that?
Just include irritable. Six. That which pain and authority of
I just heard Crystal.
get me.
Crystal, who are you trying to contact?
I'd be gas stem.
Who's in pain? Who has stomach pain?
Visit Lynn.
Gas or
Is Cliff here and are you okay?
it. We have more of.
persuade.
Returns.
Ended.
The Democrat.
Individual.
Who just asked for help?
Have a right.
A compliment. Free. Happened. Come. Yeah, is
Not for
so we're on.
Anxious.
Does anybody have a message for Emily? Somebody said anxious.
G.
the
Is this making you anxious?
Poison.
Poison?
DVD.
3-3.
Black in the in the face. 4.
Shaping.
Josie, you just had an anniversary. Sending you love. Do you come around once in a while?
experience.
That's from Raina.
After sharing a future
Somebody just said Raina.
pass.
Biden.
No teaching. Disabilities.
Ground. Okay.
Who's trying to speak to Raina? I heard a female's voice.
So you don't have
Visions.
And clear.
these award-winning
Like
Josie, Raina says she loves you.
to be on the radio.
a determined
These are your those 20.
United States.
Jesus. That
Okay, we're going to end the session soon.
learn the
The bottom says that
these can fix it.
Who poisoned you? Somebody said poison. Who poisoned you?
I would say
I'm the king. 800.
season because power of the
Who's suffering from a migraine?
Wise. Sound service.
Those million.
rule of law.
All right, we're going to end the session now.
On hey.
Fashion.
All right, there was a lot of people coming through. Yeah, I was hearing some things in Spanish too. Sorry, I'm just reading some comments here. I know Josie came in Josie came through for Raina. I heard Raina's name. I'm glad that you're back, Melody. I know that you stepped away for a little while, and I totally understand. And thank you for filling me in on what was happening with you. I hope that you're feeling better. And it's good to see you back. There was a few things that came through. I was just going back on some of the questions. Sorry, I'm bad with names. So I sometimes have to go back through and read some things just so I can point out some things. I do like to kind of interact with everybody that's in the chat. That's why I kind of get quiet, because I'm reading the chat, because I do want to kind of speak to you when I'm talking about certain questions and things that were coming through. So Judy, it sounded like Rick came through for you. And also Winnie, I heard your name come through. There's some things coming through, and I didn't know if those were directed to you or not. After your name was said, so when I'm reading off words or other people are typing in, a lot of people start typing in what they're hearing also. So sometimes you kind of want to listen out or see what people are typing to see if those kind of have any meaning to you, because it's like when we're doing the ghost box session, we're trying to put pieces of the puzzle together. Um, so we're only getting like snippets of words. And so when we're kind of trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together, it's just kind of hard to understand on who they're directed to. Now, like a couple of weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, maybe, I don't know. I know it was before New Year's, I believe. During one session, there's probably some people here that were on. I think Melanie was here. There was a few people here that we heard somebody saying that he was murdered, and then he gave us some a little bit more context. He said that he was murdered in a hotel, give us a room number, saying that he was shot. He gave us names of the people that that murdered him. It was yeah, it was pretty intense. So yeah, and then we kind of, so I ended the session after that, and then we kind of discussed, what we all heard, because I was kind of like in shock with what we just heard. And yeah, so I'm not laughing at the situation. I mean, I'm just laughing at what Melanie just said. Because she said she was murdered, and then she said he was murdered, not me. So that's why I kind of chuckled. But no, it was pretty intense. So with that, it was just somebody coming through telling us how he died, and it was like he was asking for help. He said that he was murdered in the Carolinas. So what I did was I did look up if there was any murders in North and South Carolina, and there was an unsolved murder and in a hotel. So yeah, and it was it was in the hotel. It was near, kind of like what he said, it was near, like, off of an interstate. And it was still unsolved. So it was, yeah, kind of crazy. So yeah, there was a few people here that were here that heard that session. Anyway, so that's just what I'm saying is we don't know whether it's relevant to. We just have to put the pieces of the puzzle together. But what I heard, Winnie, was just, I did hear your name, and it sounded like there was a female trying to come through. And I think there was a name, but I don't remember offhand on who it was. Was it Maggie? Yeah. There was Maggie, and then it said, "Come forth." There was a Deborah mentioned right after that too, and Crystal. Those were the names that came through. And then it was talking about belly pain. So I don't know. I don't know if any of those things are relevant to you, but I'm just repeating what I said. I do see that there's a lot of people here that are tuning in for the first time, and thank you for tuning in. Beth, I see that you're a first timer also. Yeah, it's everybody that's coming, I mean, that's tuning in. It seems like we've all gotten pretty close. Like with Melody, with Christy, um, with Patty, I'm just kind of, and I'm sorry if I'm missing your names. I don't want to scroll up because I mean I'll be scrolling for a little while. But I mean, we all kind of start chit chatting and talking within the chat. Like I said, I like to interact with everybody, and this show wouldn't be on the air if it wasn't for you guys, and everything that I do on here. Um, this is all for you guys. I mean, I don't make any money off of this. I mean, everything that I do is out of my pocket and just kind of like a service for everybody to try to get in contact with loved ones or whatever. This is all experimental. But it's been a kind of a crazy ride and crazy experience so far. Um, I didn't know how the show was going to go. I know that I might sound like a broken record, but sometimes I have to repeat myself because people here, are first time viewers. So I kind of have to repeat myself just for new viewers. Yeah, you got to watch out for Teresa. She can be a smart ass at times, kind of like me. So, and that's why I get cursed out by spirit all the time. They kind of called me something. Oh yeah, they called me. I don't remember. They called me annoying. I think on the last session. I got to take off my glasses. These things are getting annoying. I usually don't wear them. I mean, sometimes only if my eyes are tired, I'll wear them. But just with the glare from the lights, it kind of gets annoying. Thank you for the kind words. Christy, that was sweet. Thank you. And I mean, with this whole thing, with Ghostbox sessions, things like that, I was a huge skeptic for a long time. I mean, I was playing around with ghost boxes for probably a couple of years, and I didn't get anything out of it. I just thought it was, whatever, like a broken radio. So I'd play with them off and on for a while, and then it was just weird. All of a sudden, I just started getting a lot of things that were relevant. So I was like, huh, that's kind of weird. And so I started using them more and more and more. And then it was like, it just was like a light bulb just turned on, and I was getting responses like crazy. I wouldn't even ask a question. I started just thinking about something, and then my questions were answered. So yeah, it's just kind of got really crazy. Yeah, it's yeah, tell me about it. I've heard one of the sweetest people, and she's a big part. She's a big, she's like a like an older sister to me. Um, I was with her and we were doing a investigation, and she's a psychic. And I was doing a session with her, and she was getting called every bad name, female name in the book, both in English and Spanish. It was in a jail. Um, yeah, they were just being nasty to her, and that was like, wow, it was that was crazy. Um, but anyway, so yeah, spirits can get a little nasty at times. They'll let you know how they feel. Um, honestly, I don't use EMF pumps. Um, if you want to because I don't like with EMF. It's basically just electromagnetic interference. Um, so in the electronic world, so if you're talking with like an electrical engineer, they don't even mention EMF. It's EMI. It's called electromagnetic interference. So because I mean they're dealing with what's causing interference in the electrical field. And that's also with microwaves and cell service um, and Wi-Fi, things like that. So believe it or not, there's EMI all around us because of everything that all the new devices that we do use, like cell phones, Wi-Fi, things like that. I mean, the environment is even worse over the last few years than it has been probably ever. So I don't even recommend using like EMF pumps or anything like that. Honestly, I've just never had any luck with anything like that. I don't even carry an EMF detector or anything like that anymore. Used to, um, but those are good for just doing just like baseline readings, things like that. So the best thing to do if you want to carry anything, carry around a static detector. Um, that's going to give you a little bit more. It'll let you know if something's around because you'll feel like if you ever go to a haunted location and you ever walk through and it feels like spider webs. What that is that's it's static electricity. Um, and if you ever feel that, and if you were carrying around a static detector, that detector would go off like crazy. And if you ever feel that, just grab a recorder and start doing an EVP session. You'll be surprised on what you'll capture. Just a little piece of advice. Um, as far as iPhone spirit apps, the best app out there, to be honest. There's a I don't know if it's changed much, but there's one called the Sono. It's Sono X10, or it might have changed. It might be 11 or 12 now, but that's probably one of the best. And then there's also one, I don't remember. I'm trying to think. I'll have to look. It was developed by a friend of mine. If you ever watch Amy's Crypt on YouTube, she has a great YouTube channel. I don't watch a lot of ghost shows at all, but if you ever want to watch like something that's real, and she doesn't fake any evidence, she also goes in like with the skeptic mind. So sometimes she might capture something and she'll just ask, anybody, hey, can you watch that and give me your thoughts or anything? She doesn't like put anything behind it. Anyway, I'll have to look up the apps that they developed. They're really, really good. But I'll have to look it up. Not the Ghost Radar. Ghost Radar thing is, yeah, don't even mess with that. Yeah, the Sono X10 is great. I mean, I know it's free. I know it's free, but it is a good app. It uses IP radio, so there's no banked. So that's the one thing that I don't like is banked audio. So banked audio is basically somebody's going to take an app and have like pre-recorded messages, or it's basically pre-recorded audio, and then basically it's just played back. It plays back those snippets of pre-recorded audio. So a lot of people will put in like something that has things to do with paranormal, things that you're normally looking for, and that's what you're going to get out of it. So with IP radio scans, so basically what that is it's scanning. It's basically radio stations that are meant to be broadcasted over the internet. So you need something like a radio player. So it scans those radio stations like a normal ghost box would, and it just plays back snippets of that audio. Because spirit supposedly can speak over different frequencies. Now the radio that I use, the one that I'll be giving away, is like this white box here. So that has a circuit that scans below the FM frequencies all the way through the FM frequencies, and then a couple of frequencies above. So it even has a mode to where you can put it into where you're only going to pick up messages. So you won't pick up any scanning radio or anything like that. You'll just pick up responses only. And that's all picking up, those certain frequencies that you're scanning through. But anyway, no, I don't like mentioning any apps, but that app that you just put up there, they use banked audio also. So a lot of the reason why I'm saying this is I've ripped apart a lot of banked audio. So I basically took all the audio that apps are using, and that I used to. So I basically I take the application and rip it apart and rip out all the audio that people are using, and then I'll play it back and listen to it. And then if it's just using banked audio, I'll listen to the banked audio, and then I'll try the application out. I might just have it go for a couple hours and go back and start listening to it. And yeah, it's playing back exactly what they have pre-recorded in there. So that's why I say don't stay away from those, because you're going to get audio that, it's false positives. It's going to give you audio that you're looking for. I mean, and here's the weird thing. Sometimes Melissa, so sometimes what you're doing is, so I don't know if anybody has ever used like the Calm Radio app or anything like that, where it just plays like nature sounds or waves or things like that. Basically, that's just like white noise. So one day I was listening to Calm Radio, and I was kind of like waking up. It was on this like a weekend, and I was just waking up, and I'd use that to sleep. So so I just had like waves playing, like beach waves, and I was listening to that. And then all of a sudden I heard people's voices coming through. And I thought it might have been a neighbor or something, but my neighbors are pretty far away. If you ever see how our properties are set up, we're pretty far apart. So I just kept on hearing like somebody's voice coming through. And I was like, where's that voice coming through? And I was like, well, maybe the TV's on. No, the TV was off. And I was listening again. I heard the same voice coming through, and I heard my name coming through, and it was coming from my radio playing the beach sounds or the wave sounds. And yeah, it was pretty interesting. I actually recorded a little snippet, and I got like, a few voices coming through. It was the same voice coming through, but saying different things. And I played it back for a couple of my friends, and they were pretty amazed on what I captured. So anyway, Um, so let's go ahead and start up another session. Sorry, just got on a low rant, but I mean, I was just giving you some background on things on what can happen when you're using different type of audio. Um, how spirit come across through the radio and things like that, or through frequencies, I don't know. I've had EVP recordings or even video recordings of me documenting an investigation, and where people's voices were coming through. Like, so let's say an investigator was asking an EVP, and then they started laughing or something that like that. Mixed into their laugh at the tail end of the laugh was in their voice. They were like responding back to somebody. And there's no way that you can talk and laugh at the same time, or, you know, full on laugh, like a hard laugh, and then continue on talking right after you finish laughing, like they overlap. There's no way, because you have to take a breath between the laugh and you talking. So, yeah, and so, but they were saying something in their voice at a different pitch, but it was their voice. It's just strange. It's hard to explain. So yeah, so they use different frequencies to talk. Whether it's just us talking and they use our voice or vocals to communicate, it's just really strange. We are just talking about that the other day. I was talking about to another investigator about that, and she was kind of laughing because she was like, "Wow, I was just talking about that same subject with somebody else," and she's laughing on how I just brought it up. But anyway, let's go ahead and we'll start up another session. So if anybody has any questions, go ahead and type them in now, and then we'll get started. So I was just reading through some of this. I'm just waiting for people to type in questions, and then I'll start up the session. Yeah, so here's the app. So it's both for Android and iPhone. I don't think I haven't found it on Android anymore. I tried to pull it up on my Android and it wouldn't pull up anymore. I couldn't re-download it. I don't know if they removed it, but I know it's on the iPhone. So I'm gonna go ahead and start up the session.
Intersect.
Yeah. Later with
All right. Yeah, we're just talking about apps. Who just said app?
Cold.
the side of
Melissa wants to know if Andrew is around her.
will make your
Who just said no?
The trade.
I
Jackie wants to know if her mom is okay in the afterlife.
Air one. Significant.
pictures of sex. Picture.
Who just said picture?
China.
Does somebody want to show themselves in the mirror?
Yours. Very much.
Teddy wants to know if Bill is with her.
The pictures are. So that.
Melanie wants to know if her mom is with her and if her reading was real last night.
Leah, that's
Our
oh, let's.
2020.
It's because
Was that Chrissy's mom that said picture when she was looking at the
That's where
picture?
Thrown off.
till eventually. Hey, we have
iHeartRadio. Little time.
Protect.
Super Bowl square. Where it gets.
transformed.
Did Jeff really commit suicide?
Go back to
We were.
Oh, see. Into the world.
Workouts.
Oh, the ice.
Best.
The available. Where you get your.
That's safer.
So
Please.
putting even.
Bill, are the
To
dogs
protect-
with you? Hammett
That's right. A love zone.
and
these
Tiffy?
Something.
If you think this is
and my
Tiffany
But-
wants to know if Grandma
Start putting
Franco is with her.
pellets.
Assessment.
recovering now.
We know you. Amazing.
If you think that
Good thing.
And last year,
still recovering now.
Haven't been.
for health insurance. Skinny van.
Mysteries. Sounds good.
Josie, what's the poem
Policy.
hanging in
My
Raina's
daughter-
bathroom? If you can answer
Sir, is
that.
Yes. Abraham.
Or that we.
to St. Jude. So related.
Does Fred visit Lucy?
Job.
The neglect.
Had started to.
I just heard a male say yeah.
Down.
In your car. Defensive arm.
I.
Choose treatment tuner.
Or come in for.
David, are you back for Melody? Do you have any messages for her?
I'm not.
At the fun.
Other fees.
Very quick.
In a community.
Cures. Cal knew it.
Exhaust.
History.
Official.
Ending.
Manager. To this. Gas. Physical exam.
Hootie.
G.
Together.
Goes deep. Board all. Discussion.
Bill, can you say one of your dog's names, please?
Such.
He can be of
Tobacco. The Jew. Church. Results. Society. Region.
Here.
cola.
All the.
Happy from.
Often.
These are all.
You would.
Up.
Roll squares.
It's just. Oak urgent care.
Places.
Any policy.
Maybe.
is no
Martin.
I just with police.
Well, yes.
The ends for
An advocate.
Sandy wants to know if her dad's doing okay.
No.
a rebel.
And you'll feel like communities tell that
UW.
Cliff, do you like the tree?
Some will
Way.
so late. Everything is from so
I heard a male say
We
yes.
can
stress balls is for good.
Is Peter here with us?
US.
Or Pete?
Join it. Will the
Nazareth.
you can say one word.
chosen.
Dove.
Mulligan hard
For
for today.
John.
But there is hope.
will be a time.
The
See applying.
Cliff, do you have any message for Jenny?
To
of the
Do you visit Mary?
lead.
the Holy Spirit.
Bill, do you have any messages for your dad?
Hey,
Eddie's brother?
And then it
governors and
filled sinner. Of the Holy
One of the
the Holy
I think the real
in our life.
Melanie, what was your question?
God in
goodbye. Think what you'll
Eddie says she misses you, Bill, and loves you.
follow
Mr. Biden.
he come
Did somebody get hit by a train?
with us.
President Biden.
Dave, if you're here, please talk to Melanie.
For 20
recording.
teach
Is within the
Calvary next
progressive
to watch is a
Was somebody in a car accident?
thing us
Like Biden.
size as
7 L.
You were in a car accident last night?
Uniquely
Continue. The president.
Who was in an accident? Can you give us your name?
For value.
Heaven? Are you in heaven now?
Fairly.
Andy, are you here?
person.
Job loss.
Was Cliff okay with his memorial?
We do.
Firm.
Dream should.
Is on our way.
President Harris.
Clock.
Different.
Available on our hovering.
Young Asian? Who is a young Asian?
Some more.
One.
Actually,
Calvary Chapel.
I'll say
3 FM.
Who just said that's what I said? Me? Who's me?
Doesn't.
policy.
Can you give us a name?
And God's.
Is Gene here with us? Tina? Who died?
Sides of
It sounded like it said Elsie. Teresa wants to know if you can say her code word.
doesn't work that way.
Still warm.
Somebody said titties.
Very sick.
Who said titties?
For helping her.
We'll be focused.
He's
Jared.
helps.
Elsie, are you Melanie's grandmother?
Won't go fly.
They just spoke.
You can.
All right, we're going to end this session now. Who said Dina?
The radio.
Credibility.
800.
All right, I'm going to end the session.
Richard said.
All right, there was a lot coming through. That was weird because there was something going on with the car crash. I don't know if that meant anything to anybody. I know that there was a lot of names coming through. So I'm just scrolling back through some of the things here. Cherie, do you think that I mean that could have been it. When did that happen? Yeah, I heard Jared. There was so many names coming through. Oh my god. Sorry to hear that. Didn't somebody say spun also? So I'm just going back through some of the things here. What people were typing in. Yeah, so that might have been what we were talking about. Yeah, so I thought I did too. That's why I was looking back up. Because like I said, so sometimes it helps. Like that's why, a lot of people will start typing in words that they're hearing. So like on my side, since everybody's typing in a lot of things, what I'm listening for on my side is I'm listening for a lot of whispers because sometimes there's like really light, faint voices coming through. So whenever I hear those, that's when I start typing things in. Just because I don't want to just, be picking out words. So what I'm doing is I'm listening out for the really faint words, and those are the words that I will type in. Just because sometimes I know, like when a faint, like a whisper comes through, I don't know if it's being broadcasted over the internet because because when you're sending over like with me, so any audio coming across the internet they compress the audio so it's just smaller, so it's not just a huge file being sent over the internet. So it's compressed down so it's a smaller file and it's sent over so the quality's not as good. So I don't know if that's what you guys are, if you guys hear some of the whispers coming through or not. That's why I will type in the whispers that I'm hearing on my side just in case they don't come through. So sorry, I'm just rambling, but I'm just trying to give you an explanation on why or what I do on my side. Yeah, so listening to these sessions, and that's a good thing to do. So it does take some time to know what you're listening for. It's just like when you're doing any type of research in the paranormal, when you're doing like EVP recordings. um when you first start doing EVP recordings, um what I normally listen for, there's always like a pop right before you hear a response. And then the responses, whenever you get a recording, during an EVP session, it almost sounds like somebody's like talking in a tunnel. But it's weird. There's always a pop right before you hear a response. So, and that takes a long time to hear that, and understand what you're listening for. So kind of doing these sessions over and over and over, you'll start understanding what you're listening for. Um, so anyway, so I just start rambling sometimes, but I'm just trying to give everybody a understanding on what's going on. Yeah, Sheree, I'm really sorry for your loss. I mean, it's sad to, hear anybody that loses their life early or in general. I mean, that's just sad. All right. So for those of you that are new to the channel, or new to watching the show, I just shared my YouTube channel. Um, I'm going to share it on the screen also. So if you go to the Pair Awakening on YouTube, sorry, wrong one. And if you can subscribe to the channel, that'll help out the channel. And what I'm going to do is give away a ghost box. Once I do hit 1,000 subscribers, I'm really close. I think I'm like 60 subscribers away last time I looked. So I will be giving away a ghost box. I did put in the chat the link. So if you click on the link, it'll take you directly to my channel, and then just click on the subscribe and the notification bell. That will let you know when I'm doing a live stream, or if I do put up any new videos. I just put up a video. I was messing around with doing reverse speech. So basically what it does is it converts the audio from playing forward to reverse speech. Now, if I'm playing reverse speech and you're hearing something coming through in reverse, yeah, that's normal. But if you hear something coming in and it's not reversed, then that means that somebody else is talking and they're using the frequency to communicate. So you should only hear reverse audio, but if it does come in and it's not reverse, so it's just regular speech, then you know it's a spirit voice coming through. So when I first did a session, um, during the during my test session earlier this week, um, I forget what it said. So the first word that came through was like communicate, or it said respond. So because I said, if anybody's here that would like to communicate with me, please let me know. And yeah, there's a bunch of reverse audio coming through, and then it said respond. And then I said, who's trying to respond, or something like that. and then I did ask who was trying to, or who set off the radio last weekend during the live broadcast, and it said the child. And then after that, it was all reverse audio. So it was it's up on my YouTube channel also if you want to see that. I might do some reverse audio probably next week. I just didn't do it because it is kind of weird just hearing a bunch of reverse audio coming through. But yeah, it would have been kind of a cool maybe a cool test for tonight, but I just don't have the box set up right now, and I don't feel like resetting it up. Just because I would have to set it up and then tear it back down. So that's why I didn't want to do that. Chrissy, I don't know if you heard. I sent that REM pod up over to a friend of mine. She needed a REM pod, so I sent it over to her last week, and I was going to build one. That was my intentions to have one built, but I didn't build one, so I'll have one built for next week's show, definitely. But I'm going to build one that's going to look like just a book. So I figured it would be kind of cool. And then on the spine of the book, I'm going to have the lights. So it just looks like a book on sitting next to the black mirror. So it'll be just like a book sitting directly next to the black mirror. I figured that might be kind of cool. Just something different. My ghost boxes I tried to sell at a really good price to where they all of my boxes work really really well. They're very easy to use. We were just I was on a talk on another somebody else's show the other day, and she bought one of my boxes. Not really, she's not I guess hasn't really used a ghost box before. And she was really surprised on how well it works and how easy it is to use. So if you go onto my website, just typed it in the description there. Yeah, I do sell them. I will be building some more boxes here shortly, and then once I do, I'm going to be building some more really inexpensive boxes. So well, thank you for supporting me. I mean, I don't make much money off of my boxes. Oh, yeah, I don't make much money off of my boxes, but all the boxes that I do sell, they all are custom made. They're not noisy. You don't hear a lot of static on them. There's a mode in there, like I said, where you can put it in and you're only going to hear responses. You won't hear any scanning, no static, no nothing. It just comes through. You'll just hear voices coming through. But I do the best way to, so if you're in the UK, the best way to order my boxes would be through eBay because I do international shipping through eBay. So basically they're pretty so shipping's included in the price. Yeah, I mean, if it, like I said, anybody that's international, the best way to do it would be to do it through eBay. I do have some boxes up there right now. I think I have 3 boxes up there right now. But then they take a few days for me to build them, so I just put up, a few at a time. And then I try to, as soon as the order's placed, I try to get them out within, about 4 days, maybe 5 days. I tried to do it around 4 days. So, but like I said, if you subscribe to my channel, it's a good way to try to get a free box. Like I said, I might give away a couple of them. I just gave away an SB7, one of the new SB7s. I think, what is it, the Rev 7 or something? I don't remember what version they're on now, but I just gave one away. Let me see. Hold on. And I'm not doing this to try to, I mean, I don't let, I don't do my show just to try to, sell my products. That's not what I do. I'm just trying to promote the show. That's all. Hold on one second. I'm trying to find the link. Since you guys are asking, I don't try to, I just feel bad for for announcing, stuff that I do sell. Hold on one second. I found it, but I'm trying to see how I can share it. Okay, I got it. There you go. I just copied it and pasted into the link below. And thank you. I I get a lot of people saying you don't charge enough for your stuff. But that's the reason why I did it. Was there's so many people out there that are ripping people off. That I just never and I'm not going to mention any names, but I bought a box from somebody who now charges a couple of $1,000s for his boxes. I bought one of his first boxes for like $800 and it was garbage. I had to rip it apart, resolder everything, clean it up. I ended up reselling it for what I paid for it. If I would have held on to that box, I would have probably got a few $1,000s for it, but that's not who I am. I'm not going to rip somebody off. No, it wasn't Steve Huff. It was somebody else. Anyway, somebody close to Steve. That's all I'm going to say. Anyway, I sold I sold his box and kind of, yeah, I just sold it for what I got it for. And somebody else, I kind of had a war with somebody on Facebook about his box, and I kind of showed him what one of my boxes that I just built, and kind of explained how his boxes work. And I showed him one of my demos of my box, and he was like, "Oh my God, you just schooled me, and I'm going to shut up. You know what you're talking about." And he said, "Wow, your box just blows his away." So anyway, and I'm not, I'm not gonna, I don't like tooting my own horn, but yeah, I just don't like seeing people ripped off. But here's one of my new boxes that I just built. If anybody hasn't seen my new box, I'll pull it out. So this, let me get over. This is one of my newest boxes that I built. So this light lights up when you talk. This light lights up when it's powered on, and then it has different sounds, things like that. But it's probably one of the nicest boxes that I've built. One of the nicest boxes that I've built. Let me share my YouTube channel again, then we'll get started again. That's my YouTube channel. And I'll share the link. So if you go to in the chat, you'll see the link. Just copy and paste it into a web browser, and it will take you directly into directly to my channel. Thank you. I mean, it is a really cool box. The only reason why I built one of those boxes was because that design, you can't find that radio. I've looked around for it again after I built it, and yeah, it's a cool radio, cool looking radio. And it works. I mean, it sounds amazing. Anyway, somebody had a question. Actually, here, you want to hear a kind of a cool story real quick before I start up again there, Matt. So, a friend of mine died a couple of years ago. And I was supposed to go with him on an investigation the day before he passed. So I canceled plans with them because I had something else going on that came up. So the next morning he passed and I got the phone call, and I was beating myself up for a while. So I was talking to his wife on the phone, and I was actually building a box. And we were talking about, planning a memorial for him. And as I was talking to her, I was just saying, I just wish I had, I wish I could have talked to him before. I just feel really bad, and I was just really distraught. And all of a sudden he came through over the ghost box and he said, "Robbie, I'm okay." And he was the only one that called me Robbie. And she heard it. And when that happened, I was like, "Oh my God, that was Jerry." And she said, "No," she said, that was him. And she started crying on the phone, and I started tearing up. And he just said, "Robbie, I'm okay." And that was my closure. I kind of left it at that. Okay, cool. He came through to me. He told me he's okay in his own voice, and I could let it go because like I said, I was beating myself up over that. And so, yeah, so that came through. I wasn't expecting it. It just happened. So you never know when spirit comes through, was going to come through for you. And that's kind of how this whole thing started with this show. We started doing ghost box sessions, just doing it as a test. And I think Melanie can she was one of the first people that got a response. I didn't know how the show was going to go. Um, I think she was one of the first ones that wanted to, I think her and Chrissy were trying to get in touch with somebody. And she kind of just was asking if one of her loved ones was here. And then she got the answer. Somebody else was looking for closure that they never got closure with. They asked a couple of questions and it came through, and then that started, and then they got that closure that they were looking for. Yeah, so it was just crazy. And then like 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 this comment here, the first and second session that I did was crazy. There was so many names coming through. There was like 100 names coming through. And when you listen to radio, how often does a radio station mention somebody's name? It's very rare, but for a 15-minute session, for us to hear over, I don't know, it could have been 100 names. I mean, and I'm not making that up. That's just every single thing was somebody's name just coming through. And it was like we were just blown away. So I mean, I had to end the session just because there were so many names coming through. And then we started up another session, and then the next session was just crazy. It just continued that way. So that's kind of what led the show to be what it is now. I didn't know how it was going to ever, work out. But I'm glad that it is what it is today. It's kind of cool that, I'm able to get people, some answers from loved ones. Yeah. And like I said, there's no smoke and mirrors. It is what it is. Because how can I just play something on my end to somebody else's question? I don't know who's going to ask a certain question. You guys are the ones that are getting the answers, so I can't just fake something and send it over and say, oh yeah, here, this person's going to ask this question, I'm going to play audio to that question. I can't do that. That's impossible. So anyway, and then plus, yeah, this is all live, so it's hard to fake anything like that. And when the little girl comes through, it's just crazy when she comes through. And it's normally later in the evening. I mean, later on in the morning when she does come through, and when she does, it's pretty crazy. Like what Corey's talking about. Oh no, it wasn't Corey. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, she was talking so much. And then the male was kind of, suppressing her from talking. It was crazy. Anyway, sorry for me just rambling. When somebody asks a question, I try to get as detailed as I can, just to give a little bit of backstory. Yeah, Chrissy, I know. I felt bad, but it was just a hectic week. She asked for it, and I told her I'd do it. I held on to it, for last week, and I'm glad I held on to it because last week, I mean, the REM pod was set off twice during two different sessions by two different spirits. So, yeah, I'm kind of glad that I didn't send it to her until last week. But anyway, I know I just feel bad because this is your time, not my time. Okay, enough of my rambling. Let's get on to yes, I promise I will build another REM pod this week. I promise. And if anybody wants to learn how to build a REM pod, you can go to my YouTube channel. I do have a step-by-step video on how to build a REM pod. I have the parts. They're basically made with a kit, and you have to solder the components together. But if you want a custom-made REM pod, message me. I got to put them up on my website also. And I don't charge much for those either. They are not cheap to build. So like I said, I don't make much money off of those either. And I kind of make them a little fancy. I put them in a little box that looks like a treasure chest, like a classic treasure chest. They're really cool looking, really cool looking. Everybody that tuned in to the last few shows, if you tune into my last week's show, you'll see the REM pod and you'll see it going off. It's like at the show is about almost 4 hours. It's about the three and a half hour mark, somewhere around there when they start going off. But anyway, okay, so let's go ahead and start up another session. And so if you want, just go ahead and type in your questions and we'll go ahead and get started.
Traits of a
Door.
formula.
Who just said door? Are you at the door? Is somebody trying to come into the door?
Happen. Out of the law. More about down.
Who just said me?
Lisa Jake. Tiny. Obvious.
Does Sam or Chris have any messages for Cindy?
It's happening.
Job to do.
Who just said it's happening?
BBC News. Good anymore.
Jim?
Keep on.
Matt?
Well, yeah.
Sam or Chris, do you have any messages for Cindy?
Free.
Who was talking about the pictures and what did it mean? This is from Chrissy.
Oxford acid. And then
Judy wants to know if there's any messages from Eric.
intense.
Regina wants to know who was with G when she was in the hospital.
Prime Minister. Years I've never.
Heidi wants to know if there's any messages for her.
None.
Matt wants to know what's his nickname.
Among the band.
Super.
Case.
Myself and
These.
ready to
The such a
Hetty wants to know what's her nickname, Bill.
in when you look become baby song.
As I
No way.
when they were
Me as
I think you're
I give
Is the mirror a doorway?
the brother.
tell you she in gravity. Their life.
Whoever said Chrissy, was that for Christina or Chrissy?
Respect the hood of my
And I keep it change.
back.
Who just asked me to keep it?
Passing through. And so
Just have destroyed. Friends meeting.
Who keeps on saying Raina's name?
timing a race.
If I
Surface of
leaving you, do you know about to think be pretty intervene. Our kids.
to a billion.
What is
About
him?
CHA.
and when
All the other guys. Would tell our kids.
the sig
Chore.
was to merge.
Those
Then if not
talent. You'll come. Besides,
Chrissy says, Grandma, if that was you, use my nickname.
Educational.
Some
This is
Who just said help me?
find more. Yep. The crooked. See, children.
years.
Refuge.
Are
Does anybody have any messages for anybody?
it's going to be
Who said children? Who just said children?
no waves, but
Paul?
Talk. Brand new song.
Talk? Who's trying to talk to Paul?
we have
Who's Paul trying to talk to?
I was in my hours.
also
Christina?
Way in them.
Yeah? Who's the male that just said Christina?
All bad. School. We did.
What message is Raina's grandma trying to send?
The so-called that can still recover engines. Or these can be direct. .com. Play 2. Or you can 60.
Who just said speak to Rob?
This photography.
Billy?
3.
Yes, this is Rob.
Super. Learn how to about or your car. Wing. Spot after.
Who just said together? Who are you together with?
Road.
Who just said leave?
because
Victim?
Focus on
This
9 seconds
or Google. But the word
you know changes in at least
coming up.
Or were you a victim of?
kids TV show. Why you birth
Christine? Who just said Christine?
this case is why we believe it's in a good but
one.
Tu amor.
Janet, did you say? Janet, did you say that you're together with your mom?
Both of you.
Both of you?
Killer was never too.
Somebody just said victim again and killer.
Like
Rattle could
contest.
not told. Can grow. Jane was
Who's the woman that was crying?
what they
Tracy?
told.
Cannot bring it.
.org. So to the most
7
Glasses.
750
than these
Personally. But you
7 people?
On the spot.
and the
mother. I'll put the link.
Mother? Who's mother?
whole
How does it? We decided to.
see what
El villano.
No.
It's frozen. And it was sad.
I was gonna say. 40-year-old. It's regular.
Who's the woman that's getting frustrated and just sighed?
I was moved.
By reef.
Who just said I was moved?
whole for
Trist every. After an.
the human
I am doing a
Or at a 10 adult.
4-4.
Pre-fire.
All right, we're going to end this session.
and they
And counseling.
Variety.
Paul, who are you here for? Can you give us a name, please?
Driving at a healthier life. And just keeps. Salute.
will get
And the Bible.
Not adopting.
Where
All right, we're ending this session now.
it
There was a lot coming through. Um, so Raina, what did I don't know if you're still up with us, but you said that you're doing a scrying session. because there was something talked about a mirror, and the lady was frustrated, and I don't know if that was the same woman that was sighing. Um, but she was very frustrated. I don't know. I don't know if maybe that was her that was coming through. Um, she was frustrated that she couldn't get a message across. I don't know. I mean, I'm just kind of, um, I'm just a little puzzled. That's all. Probably just because she's a little frustrated. What do you mean you were banging on? Yeah, and I know that Christy came through. Oh, okay. Got it. No, and that's just I mean, like I said, we're just trying to interpret the messages that are trying to come through. And that's why I said it's like putting the pieces of the puzzle together. And you just have to try to interpret what they're trying to say or what might be happening. Um, and you just kind of have to go by what the questions that are being asked. So, like I said, like when I get really quiet, um, I kind of concentrate on a couple of questions, right? So, like with you talking about doing the scoring session with Chrissy asking, like Chrissy was asking a couple of things coming through, and I know that we heard Chrissy, or I want to say it was Chrissy that came through. Um, and I was trying to figure out what Chrissy was asking. Um, so yeah, we tried to kind of put all the pieces together. So I'm trying to listen to for responses that might be relevant to the questions that are being answered. And sometimes it could take like 5 minutes before those questions are answered. Could sometimes even take a little bit longer. So I know that the mirror question was asked quite a few minutes before, and then things were trying to come through, and then I heard that woman being frustrated, and I just think that she was getting frustrated because she wasn't getting her message across or something. I don't know. That's just what I was interpreting. So yeah, and sometimes being a sensitive even makes it a little bit more frustrating. Well, I mean, we did hear Paul come through. Um, So this happens too, Eddie. I mean, sometimes you might get cold. Sometimes, like sometimes here, being on this side, the energy is just so overwhelming. Um, Last week was the first time that I got a little emotional. After the gentleman came through and set off the REM pod, the energy was just so overwhelming that I was picking up on weird emotions and tears started running down my face. So I kind of hid that because I didn't want that to be seen on camera. To where I was just like catching the tears before they're running down my face. So I even had to turn away a little bit for a minute and just get my composure. Um, so I totally understand everybody, gets um everybody deals with everything a little bit different, and then also just the different energies that we have to deal with, getting a cold breeze on us sometimes, just getting the chills out of nowhere even if it's warm out, things like that. So it's kind of overwhelming sometimes. Yeah, like last week, like you just said that you've been seeing a lot of shadows lately. Um, so last week before the REM pods started going off and it started feeling really heavy in here, I have above me, there's two LED strips. One's blue and one strip is blue, one strip is purple. And then up above me, I have a blue light on up on I'm trying to get so up on this side there's a purple light, on this side there's a blue light, so they're both off, kind of off a little bit. um anyway, the lights above me just were like blacked out for a second, so it got a little dark in here for a second, where I saw like a shadow above me. um and then that's shortly after that, that's when the REM pod started going off on command. So I knew that there was something here with me because the energies just got really heavy and it totally changed. So anyway. No, that's exactly right. Everybody does have the ability, and it does, it depends if you want to tap into it or not, if you want to understand what it is or not. I never closed it off when I was a kid, just because it kind of intrigued me. It scared me, but intrigued me at the same time. So yeah, Melanie kind of filled me in on this earlier this week on why she hasn't been on for a little while. And Melanie, I mean, I did almost reach out to you. I did get a little concerned, because I haven't seen you on, and but I didn't want to, I don't know, I just didn't want to invade on your space. So but like I said, I mean, everybody here, I feel like, we're kind of like family. So if I do reach out to you, and kind of message you, whatever, it's just because, I just wanted to check in on you and see how you're doing. Especially if we had a session and it might have been a little emotional or whatever. I'll just check in to see if you're okay, things like that. I've done that to a few people at times. I've done it before in the past. I know, with Melanie, and a couple other people. Some people that I know aren't here tonight, I've reached out to them. But anyway, there I go chit chatting again. Well, thank you. I mean, like I said, it's just because I care. I mean, I'm just a very caring person. That's just who I am. And here's something kind of funny. There, Corey. Little insight on me. So a friend of mine, his mom was Native American, which is my heritage also. But she did a reading on me when I was really young, and she kind of opened and she was asking me a lot of questions. And I was like, how do you know these things about me? When, this is like the first time I went into his house, when you meet a new friend, childhood friend, and then they invite you into their house for the first time, and so you just walk in their house, and it was weird because his mom and I started chit chatting a little bit, just kind of introduced myself. And then, so she sat me down and started asking me a lot of questions. And he was like freaked out. Mom, leave him alone. You're going to scare him off. He's going to think I'm weird. My family is weird or something, not want to come around anymore. But, she kind of she knew about my abilities and started asking me questions about them. And I told him, hey, don't worry about it. This is kind of cool. This is something that kind of I'm intrigued with anyway. And yeah, so she tapped in on some things and my past life and things like that. And she was right on things that I've been told. So kind of cool. Wait, what? Sorry, I was reading somebody's question or somebody's response here. Sorry, I didn't see this until right now. Did something Heidi, was that what about the fire part? I know that Mouse came through. Um but I don't know anything about the fire part. But if you do have like a mouse infestation, something like that, I know that I've had one here when um once the neighbors moved out next door. There was a little bit of a mouse infestation, so took me a little while to get rid of them all, but I was able to do it. But you know what's funny there, Raina, is you might run across one or two of his friends that might be like, "Whoa, your mom's really cool." um, so I'm just looking at some of the comments. So this is the thing, like, so sometimes, whoop, not that one. So sometimes when we're reading, so I'll start reading comments, and I'm sorry that if I get sidetracked, because this is like what I said, for people that are just tuning in. So we'll do a ghost box session, and then we'll start chit chatting um about the last session, things like that, and it might continue on for a little while because we're, like I said, we're trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together on the last session, on or sessions in general. And then things might start coming through, or we might start talking about something, and then we just kind of get sidetracked on that. Um, yeah, because I mean, if I was looking back at this is right on. So some of the questions that we were talking about, or some of the things that were coming through, um, so maybe it was, I know this is going to sound weird, but maybe it was that the female mouse was the one that died. I don't know. Yeah, but fire did come through before. So yeah, I didn't know what mouse was relevant to, if somebody had a mouse problem, or if somebody had a nickname of mouse. I don't know. I didn't know what that meant. All right. So anyway, is it pretty cold there in the UK? I Last time I went out to Scotland, that was 6 years ago. It was pretty cold, but I was there right around Halloween, so it was in late October. And I know 2 days before Halloween it did snow. But the Samhain celebration was amazing. Okay, so I'm going to start up another session. No more chit chatting. Yeah, no worries, Heidi. Hey, how's it going? Hope you're having a good night or a good day. It's pretty warm here. I'm not going to say what the temperature is right now. At 2 o'clock in the morning, it's 76 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, it was really warm today. When I came in to start the show, I think it was like still 80 degrees out. That's why I said I wish I could turn on the fan in here because it was warm. All right, enough about the weather. And enough about mice and rats. So let's go ahead and start another session. I'm in California. I'm in Thousand Oaks, California.
Other you.
Triple seven.
Who said degrees? We were just talking about the weather.
God.
Go for the
Who's talking about the weather? It's not humid here.
Delivered one of my.
something that
God. Washing dry.
God,
non reflect.
does anybody have any messages here? Who whispered don't?
Use. Redelivery on.
Who said I did in the male voice?
Knows what you.
Did it make you?
Weekend.
Paul, can you tell us her last name?
Chrissy,
Who just said Chrissy?
Words.
All right, I just heard a female moaning.
In just.
so
That way. More complex. Heartless.
I just heard a music box. Who's playing a music box?
light truck.
Back. Off now.
1980.
Better.
Because it is a
Off and up.
husband and
Rule about it. With no.
Who just screamed?
automobiles is
Parents.
to grab it. Gave one of
Rape.
and that
Egg.
64.
of Glasgow.
Along with producer.
Nothing.
Pleading.
Close contact.
Who's the female that said demonic?
But it is
Can you. Tissue.
self.
Ahora.
Unique.
Percent alcohol.
Raina wants to know, Grandma, do you know what
Vibrant.
tattoo she has on her back? It's for you.
Mental house.
Sure.
We got you.
Believes in
What about Rick?
Be giving
Paying.
Pain? Who just said pain?
or whether
In a local 47.
thing is
Shirt.
and
any
Who just whispered my name?
effect on
strain
Belly pain.
great days.
being
Tide.
Close to the end.
Individual.
And they are thinking
prayer.
Pain has been.
Who just laughed?
at the ice.
I think
Not to your doctor.
And down
100 L.
The high.
and a 2
Who said Heidi?
God
proving set. And the pulley. Which is
Who just said my name again?
daily
Haley?
then running. Ring about herself.
090.
word process.
Respect. Broken. So
We submit
Who's trying to reach Heidi?
it'll be
As you know.
means recur
Differently.
3 months.
like I
Click.
The gods trying to reach Heidi?
When the gold.
Who's with God?
but I find
Investigate.
I don't have to.
I heard a moan and then she said push.
Anything like this.
long so
Go together.
Hetty wants to know if Grandma Ann, are you here with her?
They can.
down some
Beer pack.
look at our text
19.
Leo app.
You hear
U.S.
as long as
Listening fan.
find equal.
and
Give out
Green.
you are rejected.
I clean.
Who is the female that came through with the English accent?
Unceasing.
Presidential.
Repentant.
And some. Alice.
Results in
Who are you telling to repent?
dread. We must
Comments or
Sudan.
Influencer.
Getting every
10 years.
he's my
Eddie says she misses you, Grandma Anna.
Under.
call on me to leave you.
All right, we're going to end this session.
John,
But it'll my
Sorry, there's just sounded like there was like a lot of sex going on. Um, it was kind of getting a little. Something was trying to distract the whole session. There was somebody, a female that screamed demonic. And then all of the sexual innuendos were happening. That's why I said, all right, I got to end the session. And something came through and said, repent. So it was just kind of weird. And sometimes spirit will try to distract, especially if there's something malevolent coming through, they'll try to distract you, and try to change it. So, but I did hear Heidi coming through, and I know that, yeah, I just had to end that session. I know that even though we are getting some other things coming through, it was just trying to throw us off and kind of trying to stir negativity up. That's kind of why I ended it. Doing this for as long as I have, you kind of get those type of signs, and you don't want to play into it. So that's why I just ended it. Well, I didn't know that there was two Heidis in here. That's kind of crazy. I'm going to go off a little bit. But Diana, yeah, I've never played Cyberpunk. I've thought about it, but I've never played it. Just because I've just heard a lot of mixed things about it. Just on how it's kind of buggy. Yeah, that they were kind of getting a little good night, Regina. Sorry, I just saw that. Yeah, they were getting a little crazy, a little freaky. Cyberpunk is a video game. Hello, Angela, and welcome. Yeah, Regina. Sorry, I don't want to butcher your last name. I just want to say Heidi L. I don't know how long she came on, how long she's been on either. Like I said, Diana, I haven't played it yet. I didn't know if I should get it or not. Do you play it on console or PC? See, like I said, I'm going off. This isn't even relevant to this, but like I said, I just try to interact with everybody. I don't want to bore anybody, but just had to get some insight. I don't know if there was, if it really was two couple. I don't know. I don't know. All I can say was there was a female that was moaning. There was a lot of sexual innuendos in there. Angela, thank you for the compliment. Yes, they can. And yes, they have. So it they can play with their energy. Like I said, like last week I got very emotional, like I said. It was just something that just overwhelmed me. And and I got really emotional and started tearing up. That hasn't happened to me before during the show. Even though the energy does get kind of crazy, I've been felt like I was touched. Some things there was something thrown in here on the first night that we did this. There was footsteps, there was shadows. There's been a lot of things that have gone on, but yes, during sessions, sometimes you might get a little overwhelmed with energy. Sometimes energy does. They kind of do drain your energy to communicate things like that. So Chrissy has a tendency of saying REM pod and then the REM pod goes off. That happened like 4 times in one night. That was crazy. Yeah, and when you get your energy drained, it's not a good feeling. Basically it's hard to explain. It's like you're just feeling normal and then you just feel like exhausted, like mentally and physically exhausted. And that's where the term paranormal hangover or comes from. It's because sometimes you might go on an investigation, you wake up the next morning and you just feel physically exhausted, like you didn't get any sleep, and you have no motivation, you have no energy, nothing. So it's been it kind of gets crazy. All right, Corey, I know it's that time for you. Have a good day. Corey starting his he has to go to work. I know it's what 10:30 there. So good luck on your Zoom meeting if you have one this week. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It does feel like you get the wind knocked out of you or something like that. It's just not a good feeling. Wow, it's super windy outside. So I have headphones on, so but even through the headphones I can hear the wind blowing. Yeah, I have a lot of fun doing this show. You guys make it very interesting and a lot of fun. And that's one thing I do look forward to every weekend is getting on here and doing the show. Yeah, sometimes like tonight, I like to I wanted to jump on early, um, and just started it off early, but I just try to stay with the schedule. Um, wow, I'm surprised that you can hear it over the mic. That's kind of crazy. All right, I might have to go get something to drink. I'm getting thirsty. I might need to get another energy drink. No, I'll just get some water. Let me just take a really quick break. It's like 2:30. Well, thank you, Corey. That means a lot. I try to keep things interesting and laugh at myself a lot. So, like I said, I'm a smart ass. So I like to have fun. I like to keep things light and not too heavy. Yes, I might talk, tell some stories that are a little heavy, but and then I'll kind of joke around and laugh a little bit. So, Christy, where are you from? Where do you live? I'm sorry. I know some people are like from the UK. Some people are from Australia. Um, People here in the US, it's too. It's like 5:30 in the morning on the East Coast. Some, I don't know. Sometimes I think about changing up the schedule, um, and maybe doing it early, but I don't want to. Um, I don't want people on in the UK or in Australia to miss out. So that's why I just kind of stick on where I'm at. So, all right, Nora, have a good day. Wow, there's people in Central Time also, East Coast time. Yeah, I drove through Biloxi. I used to live in Georgia, so I did the long trek driving from California to Georgia. I've been out to Wisconsin a few times, out to Eau Claire. I've been all over the U.S. There's only a few states I haven't been to. Just being in the paranormal, I mean, I've traveled all over. Went out to Scotland. That was fun. I didn't want to come back. No, I won't change the time, Melanie. Like I said, I mean, I've thought about doing maybe a second show, maybe one earlier, but I don't know. I don't know. I just stick with what I do. Yeah, the drive, the drive, from the East Coast or West Coast to the East Coast, it was it was bad. I mean, it really actually it wasn't that bad. The worst part was driving through Texas. Oh my god, that was terrible. It took 2 days to drive through Texas just about. Well, it was a full day. Oh my god, that's funny. I'm not going to post that up there, Chrissy. Oh my god, you guys are funny. All right, I'm going to go to the restroom real quick and then get something to drink, and I will be right back. Just bear with me. All right, I'm back. Yeah, that's the only bad thing about me having to get up and when I go back into the house, my dogs are up and they wanted a treat when I came in. So no, you didn't miss anything. I just got back myself. Sorry, I'm just reading people's comments to see what I might have missed. Heidi L, where are you from? Oh, you're from Rhode Island. I'm sorry. I scrolled up and saw it. All right, let's go ahead and we'll start up another session. If you guys have any questions, go ahead and type them in now. Hold on, I was just trying to look something up really quick. Hey Kelly, how are you doing? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get started. Let me switch over.
I feel
El gen-
Uh, hold on a second. I got to start something up. It's going to be a minute. I had to restart one of the boxes really quick. Sorry, I thought I was going to sneeze.
Jehovah.
Cleveland.
Ed, are you here with us again?
In the name of
Side run.
Chapter.
With a local.
Yes.
So let's begin.
My husband.
Come on.
And no.
Who was in a car accident?
Midnight.
Parents.
Sammy, are you with Carla? Or Clara? I'm sorry.
Come unto
And then the
Tommy, are you
To the
with
main-
Angela?
This had
Hit me all at once. Now, Doc. Was literally
Is somebody trying to reach Heidi G?
his wife.
say under the
Blessing.
Free.
So
never
On sale.
the
I'm
SUV.
Kelly is looking to contact Patsy. Patsy, are you here?
spectrum
a lot.
1 year ago.
Stereo.
Brandon wants to know if there's any messages
If
for her
we-
kids.
Anyone who had
Where they wake up. Press and
for inspection, 22 weeks.
Trained in.
I still
beginning of
There's just say
but yeah.
the face
Harder to
it's for all.
Working as
station fund.
surprise for
up through the new
Mind.
Well,
Together to.
Because
was when you
let's get you. Yes, and my that question
the Hebrew
or abdominal. Heroin issue. Serious? The reason
over
what good back.
world
Good point.
Somebody just said whore in Spanish.
the book of John.
Recommended probiotic.
You put it up.
Just joking.
Get me to the hospital.
Said Jesus.
Forgot my watch.
They don't.
Tommy, do you have a message for Angela?
Because
By himself.
So you know more. They want to see.
in our
the measure.
Who just said me?
The book of
Can you give us your name?
Eliminating it. You.
their liver
Proven herb.
and
Typically look.
stuff.
Did somebody in the SUV pass from a abdominal injury?
Some
was
Every time.
Who is a woman screaming, "Get me to the hospital"?
I know what.
Eagle. Squares dot. Draw me.
new program.
truth in the
MLS number.
Knowledge.
he is
What she.
but I do not
Intelligent.
chapter 1
Smile. The usual.
Angela wants to know if Susie is with her today.
And he,
So excited.
but by me,
There's nothing else.
is the same.
Patsy, can you say the code word for Kelly?
Vanessa.
Time for you.
Is SUV relevant to anybody? Accident, maybe?
200.
His all.
Send.
Presented him.
Resources.
On B.
So include. And well. Also, right.
Angela wants to know if there's an attachment to her daughter Emma.
They said the word.
Won't hear.
Estimates.
Who passed in a car accident?
It would make. Later. Dose.
Now.
Who said it was me? Can you give us a name?
Eyes are by.
Let's send it.
Now playing.
Casey, are you trying to tell Chrissy something?
Well, Andrew. Slash.
Oliver, do you have any messages for Melody?
Listen. So get off.
Difference.
Playing it. The who got.
We.
Use
The way of. This in our. Have to learn.
We just asked for help.
Jess.
Vaccine.
Saying,
Within the
The 3 o'clock.
Danny, Clara made sure that she told everyone that your death was truly an accident
2 weeks.
and that you were not an addict.
challenges.
the cases. It's very
But we don't know.
So 3 o'clock. At 3 o'clock, are you gonna have some answers for us, or what's gonna happen at 3?
It's like
how
all of it.
All of it? Jeff, are you here?
Can you come?
David, are you still with Heidi?
If you want to hear.
And accept. Learn about
Experience.
free.
Speaking of.
Tommy, are you with Emma?
We were pl-
Of your loss.
you very
More or less.
Magona.
Few minutes of.
Hi, Claire.
Tommy, are you with Emma?
Are of living.
Tessa.
You.
Underwear. At any level.
Occurred on the
I'll bet sir.
an analyst.
Who's making the camera or the candle dance? The candle flame dance.
Their shape.
Tommy, did you say yes that you're with Emma?
That value.
Is visible. Mike is keep this
7,
and use
Why can't you tell us?
just listener.
Emma?
Active on it.
All right, we're going to end this session. Who just said Melody? Can you give us your name? Sarah? Is Kelly's dad here?
Country.
Tommy, was that you?
You said don't worry. It's for life.
91 point.
Running to reverse.
Alexa.
Conejo Radio.
Church.
Joel's.
Turn from
Sad.
Open and
All right, we're going to end this session.
signs.
There was a lot of names coming through. You want to hear? I want to see something kind of strange. Is I started noticing something on the candle, and then it said bird when I was thinking that. If you look on the red candle, it kind of looks like a bird. And here's something kind of weird. The smaller candle has it's a crow. Watch it here. I'm going to turn this so you can see it. So they kind of resemble each other. That's really strange. Anyway, I just had to point that out. It's kind of crazy, but I don't know. I mean, that's kind of what I see, but and then for it to say bird when I was thinking that in the red candle when I was looking at the candle, I just thought that was kind of crazy, but anyway. So yeah, I had to point that out. But there was a lot of crazy things going on during that session. There was quite a few names coming through. I don't know if somebody died from a drug overdose, but there was drugs came through. I know that Emma came through when Angela was asking about Tommy. I did hear yes come through. Something about a forest. No, I totally agree with that. Because when I first started doing ghost box sessions, I was the weird thing is um the way that I started getting validation, and what was kind of strange was I was doing some experiments on not asking questions out loud. I was just thinking about things, and I was getting answers to my questions through the ghost box, and I was just thinking them. So that's kind of where I started getting more and more validation that this was actually real. Because yeah, I was getting some things, and I said, okay, that just has to be coincidence. So I started trying different experiments, holding up objects, and I would get, the what I was holding up, get a response to that, and then I started thinking about things like that. Um, so no, I totally agree with that. Yeah, so that was weird because we did get something that came through, and it did say drugs, and then after drugs, it said forest. And this is what I started actually thinking about when I did see that, because I saw that you said something about Nate um, was found in the woods after I said once forest came through, and then it said drugs after that. So yeah, that was kind of crazy when that did come through there. Cherie. Yeah, and then there was, I think it said accident too. Um, yeah, no, it said accident. So, um, yeah, there was a lot of things that just that session was kind of crazy. And then when I was asking something, yeah, and somebody said REM pod, but then I heard Ed, the name Ed came through shortly after REM pod. So I don't know if, because I was asking something about 3 o'clock, because 3 o'clock came through, and it was last week. It was about three something. It was after three when the REM pod started going off. But then again, it was about 3 o'clock when I did notice a bird coming through. And it said something about 3 o'clock, and um, and I was asking what's going to happen at three, and then I started seeing the bird shape forming on the candle, and then it said bird, so that was kind of strange also. So there was a lot of weird things that happened during that session. I don't know. Yeah, I bet that's when you grow your horns there, Teresa. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's, and that's the thing too. Sometimes there's a lot of spirits coming through, so it's just hard to tell what's what. Um and sometimes I do try to ask, Like if it's too overwhelming, I'll ask spirits to just, they have to take turns and only speak one at a time. A lot of times I'll just think that. I try to stay quiet during sessions as much as I can. I just don't want to talk over any responses. That's why I just type things in when I'm hearing whispers mostly. All right, no yawning on camera. Sorry. I would love to go back out to the UK after this lockdown is over. I just feel like I've been trapped since being home for the last 6 months. I haven't really done anything. The only thing I do is go to the store to go grab some groceries, or if I have to go run to the hardware store or something like that, that's the only time I go out. I haven't really even seen my family. For Christmas I went over to my mom's briefly. No, actually she came here and dropped some stuff off, but even for Thanksgiving I didn't see my family, so I haven't really seen my family in a while. Just briefly last week I had to go witness some document signings, but that was pretty much it. And even then I was wearing a mask. I felt weird. Melanie, I'm so sorry for your losses. I didn't know that. Yeah, I'm just reading through comments. What time is it here? 3:11. Um the app that we were talking about, the phone app. Here, I'll type it in. I just typed it in the comments. Let me see. Let me look at something really quick. Hold on. I want to see if it's still available on Android also. Yeah, so it is still available. Actually yeah, you still can download it. And it's free. Oh, come on. Hold on one second. I'm just trying to I'm not going to do this now. I was just trying to look at something. Okay. So yeah, it's still free. It's both for the Android and for the iPhone. So you can download that. I found it on this app. This app does work. Yeah, it works really well. Actually did a search. I just went to Google and did a search, and it took me to the took me to Amazon. So hold on one second. Sarah, what or Sheree, what are you trying to find it on Android, or what are you looking for? Because I can help you find it. I'm just trying to help you somebody find the app really quick. Yeah, I can see spirit, and I do protect myself. So I protect myself by surrounding myself with the white light. I'm going to post a link. If you're trying to find it using Android, I just posted a link. Basically, what you'll do is you'll click on that link. It's going to download it to your phone. You'll go to your downloads and double click on it, and it should install it from there. Yeah, because I couldn't find it on the Android in the Play Store for Android. Um because I bought the Pro version a while back because I was using it a lot. Um when I was first building ghost boxes, I just was because somebody was asking, a couple of people were asking if I used like an app on my ghost boxes, which I didn't. So I downloaded that app, and I was trying a bunch of different apps, and I found this app and started demoing it and was getting some really good responses. So I started using it, and it worked great. But I copied the link in the it's in the chat. But that's for Android. Now if you want it for iPhone, just go to the App Store and you'll be able to find it. It won't let you click it. Just copy and paste it in a let me see. You might just have to copy and paste it in a browser. Uh, or what I can do, if anybody needs it, send me. I can send it via Messenger. I think I could have just sent it through there. Let me see real quick. I'll try to message somebody really quick and send it that way. So if you get a chat message from me, that's what it is. Hold on one second. People are going to get mad at me because I'm taking up their time. They're watching and I'm doing this, but hold on one second. Just bear with me. Maybe. All right, let me try. Chrissy, I'll try. I'm going to use you as a guinea pig. Yeah, I just sent you a friend request because I was going to try to send it to you first. Chrissy, I don't know why you're not coming up. I was trying to do a search on Facebook, but I don't see you up on here. All right, Heidi, I'll try yours. I'm going to try something really quick. I was trying to just send you the file, but it's not letting me. I just sent you. Yeah, I know. Chrissy, you're not popping up in Facebook for some reason. I was trying to do a search for you, but you're not popping up. If you send me a friend request, then just try to send me a message. Heidi, I just sent you the link. Click on it and let me know if that downloads it. Try it from your phone, but you need an Android because the link I sent is for an Android. Yeah, I know. You can download it from the Amazon store. But I sent the link on where you can download it directly to your phone and then install it. If that doesn't work. Anyway, okay. Um so everybody that's listening, we're just I was trying to share an app with everybody. But it works great. I actually have to download it onto my tablet. So I'm glad I found it. I know. I mean, people, even though I'm trying to help people, sometimes people get upset because I'm taking up their time, which is understandable. They tune in to see me doing ghost box sessions, and I'm talking about in trying to get an app downloaded or something, helping people out. So, all right. So, let's see. It's almost 3:30. So let's go ahead and we'll do another session. Okay, let's jump back in and do another session here. This will be the last session, I think, for the night. I'm just getting a little tired, so we'll do one more session, and then we will do a little chat session again, and then we'll call it a night. So let's do one more session. Switch.
Software.
Crowder.
And is there anybody here that would like to communicate with us?
Good.
And some
All right, who's getting mad at me today?
This the day.
Stage.
Very interesting.
Who just called me a name?
FM. That they were
Talking about
media.
which base
Who's trying to reach out to Heidi?
like
Heidi G.
of West
And there's a David. Is David there? David R there for Heidi L?
Tyler. The country. Premium Select.
guys acting like
Messages for anybody on here tonight.
State. About to be. And there's a
Patricia.
so
Lisa, who are you here for?
Bailey is
Or Mike?
you know 100 and
actually
I want to be
Patricia,
right.
who are you trying to contact?
leading
you must
your Google.
Where is home for you?
Record and
it's later.
Lucy.
has it yeah. Alarms.
Michael, do you have a message for Raina?
Hello, buddy.
Stand.
Who said grievance? Are you mourning?
She wrote a nice.
Five. Part of it.
What does who's next mean?
Coming in.
Heidi? Which Heidi are you referring to?
Okay.
It is time.
Message? Who's the message for?
Night.
Midnight?
Use it. We're
Whose time is it?
her that.
Chris?
As a result,
Who's in trouble?
Really?
You can see
hiding.
those. La mejor. My thoughts.
Who's asking for help? And who's Helen?
Writing is
I go.
yes, the
Street and
Why is Heidi in trouble?
will probably
Van.
dream in
Try.
the
King.
Mumbai.
one was speaking. Wait a minute.
Motivated.
Television.
Advocating.
We amazing.
Dee wants to know if there's a message about Lex's brother who has leukemia.
It's just
Read every state of
Leah.com.
But
about that.
That was not.
how you got
A lot of people. Jams from. Here's this.
Ordered it.
Self and your. Try it. But most. Healthier life. Try me. See what.
.com.
Problem. God. You get women. Suspension.
but
Chrissy wants to
It's
know if
13.
her father-in-law Dan has a message for them.
Ready to install.
Time flies.
Come in for a.
It's like
Look at.
has to be.
Con el. A condition. Done.
Sorry. Densify.
Relieve.
cover all
Valve block.
Going on. I'm
You'll find.
Lex, can you stay with John while he's in the hospital?
So
Dave, are you mad at Heidi
more
L?
than 10. Kind of different.
Why is Heidi G in trouble?
Some of these very. That built a.
whatever you
She is what?
No.
Pasture. I wanted to up.
and then
Because it's been.
No.
it's a thrill.
Track.
For more information.
Ready to be
Down. Free plum.
Where I
and
98.
because
Absorbent. For life. Today.
It's the all night.
Science is a hard. We opened out.
The
Efficiency apply. Says to. With people. Those numbers to the. Together.
That's enough.
And the what? You're chronic. Visit LA.
Only watch.
So now.com. No ordinary.
Attractive.
That whole country. You're a.
Okay, we're gonna
live
end this session.
Very, but you must call. No other. Young.
Yeah, somebody said to stop. It started getting a little crazy towards the end there. I don't know. I don't want to get any negative messages out there. I don't know if that message or those messages meant anything. For which Heidi that was directed to, or if that meant anything to anybody. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I just had to end the session. I don't like ending the session when it is negative. But there's times when I just need to stop it. And there was a message that came through that said stop. Yeah, there was quite a few different accents in there. There's English accent and Indian accent. So I don't know, like I said, if those messages were directed to anybody, and I don't know why it said Heidi was in trouble. And D, I don't know if you got a response to your message. There was a couple of things that came through. I did type them in, but I don't know if anything was directed to you. Yeah, Brianna, there was some crazy sessions tonight. This whole bird thing is still tripping me out. I still have the candle. I mean, I still have it on that camera view. I know, but I keep on looking at that camera or at the camera and looking at that candle. With that little formation of the bird, that's just creepy. I mean, it's mimicking exactly what the other candle looks like. That's just kind of crazy. It's just kind of creepy to me. I'm gonna turn the other candle. but that's just kind of crazy on because it looks almost like the same thing. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe that was just a sign for me. I don't know. Oh, no worries. Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy doing this, so it's no big deal. I'm sorry that you missed it. I understand that you had to tend to your kids. Yeah, and this message also kind of freaked me out too. Just because I think that's how I took it also. But I don't know if that's what was going on. Um, and I don't know about the car accident because that came up quite often tonight. But there was also something happened where somebody did pass with a car accident. Um, so, but anyway, thank you everybody for tuning in tonight. It was a fun show. But and talking about the app, if you just go do a search for, like I said, the Sono, it's SONO, X10, 11. I know they're up to 12, but I know some of them are paid. I don't really like the 12. I tried it out. It's totally different. They changed it a little too much. The 10 was amazing. 11 was amazing. But thank you everybody, and thank you so much for that compliment. I just enjoy doing this show. I mean, it's a lot of fun to me anyway. And I like I said, I'm doing this for you guys, and this is all about you guys. I do the show for the listeners and the viewers out there. So anyway, everybody have a great night and have a wonderful week. And I'll see everybody next week. So good night.